The court pleases, my lord. Appearances for the state are still the same.
As it pleases the court, my lord, appearances for accused number 1 and 2 are the same.
As it pleases the court, my lord, I'm still appearing on behalf of accused number 3.
May it please the court, my lord, I still confirm my appearance on behalf of accused number 4. Thank you.
As the court pleases, my lord, I still appear on behalf of accused number 5, Mshalolo, initial Z, my lord.
As please the court, my lord, for my appearance on behalf of the media, standing in on behalf of Ms. Rosenberg today, my surname is Dalport, initial J from Pretoria Bar.
As it pleases the court, your honorable
Justice Maumela, I'm Advocate MD Tefu. I'm appearing on behalf of Sifiso Stanley Meyiwa, the brother of the deceased.
Mr. Tefu, there's no Sifiso Meyiwa in this case.
You're
talking about a case I don't have. And please, can you assist Mr. Tefu to get out of the courtroom?
My present, Your Lordship.
There's no Sifiso Meyiwa in this case.
My present, Your Lordship, today is regarding that there is a life at stake here. That I have to bring the application.
Afternoon, sir. The judge gave me an order to remove you, please. He doesn't want you to explain, just come so that we go, please.
I am of a view that the interruptions by Mr. Tefo are interfering with the proceedings much as they are undermining the decorum of the court. And I think the court orderlies should not allow him into the courtroom in view of what he has done running from yesterday. This is a ruling pertaining to an application by witness number 1 in the list of witnesses to be called by the state in this case. The following 5 accused persons appear with legal representation. Accused number 1 is Muzi Kaulelwa Stemba Sibia, a male who was 34 years of age at the time he was arraigned. Number 2 is Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi, a male who was 30 years of age at the time he was arraigned. Number 3, Mtobisi Prince Ngube, a male who was 36 years of age at the time he was arraigned. Accused number 4 is Mtokoziseni Zipozonke, a male who was 35 years of age at the time he was arraigned. And lastly and fifthly, Sifo Kuhle Sifiso Nkani Ntuli, a male who was 34 years of age at the time he was arraigned. The 5 accused are charged with 5 counts. In count 1 is murder, read with the provisions of Section 51 of the Criminal Law Amendment Act of 1997. Count 2, they were charged with attempted murder. Count 3, They were charged with a robbery with aggravating circumstances. Count 4, they were charged with contravening section 1, 103, 117, 120, subsection 1A, and section 121, read with read with Schedule 4 of the Firearms Controls Act of 2000. In count 5, they were charged with contravening section 90, read with section 1, 103, 117, 120, subsection 1A, and section 121, read with Schedule 4 of the Firearms Controls Act of 2000, Act 60 of 2000. The background to the ruling I am to make is that all 5 accused pleaded not guilty to all the charges, and in criminal cases, the onus falls to lie upon the state to prove its case against the accused beyond a reasonable doubt, which is exactly what is underway or what is the state is busy with. And I refer to the case of State versus Shackle, where Brand J, as he then was, stated the following: a court does not have to be convinced that every detail of an accused's version is true. If the accused's version is reasonably possibly true in substance, the court must decide the matter on the acceptance of that version. Of course, it is permissible to test the accused version against the inherent probabilities, but it cannot be rejected merely because it is improbable. It can only be rejected on the basis of inherent probabilities if it can be said that said to be so probable that it cannot reasonably be true. And as I said, at this stage, the state is calling witnesses. It has already called 4 witnesses. It is now to call witness number 1 on the list of witnesses for the state to testify, in this case. This witness was to commence with adducing testimony on Monday, the 14th of May, 2023. And Advocate Baloyi for the state informed court that on the evening of Sunday, the 14th of May, 2023, witness number 1 got into contact with him and communicated that she is not prepared to testify amidst live, visual, and audio broadcasting of the proceedings. Advocate Baloyi did not call this witness, that is witness number 1, into the witness stand to testify. He made the application in this regard, addressing court from the bar, and he related what this witness told him, advancing reasons behind her reluctance to testify if there shall be visual or audio broadcasting of the proceedings. He advanced reasons for bringing this application in the manner in which he did, stating that the witness only notified him on the previous evening, and it was no longer a good time for him to be contacting anyone at that time of the day. The reasons advanced for the application made by witness number 1 were outlined by Advocate Baloyi, and he stated that firstly, the witness is concerned because she is a public figure, and if the proceedings are beamed live, then she shall be exposed to undue scrutiny and criticism by members of the public. Advocate Baloyi further stated that the second reason advanced by the witness is that the witness is concerned about the fact that when she testifies and there is a live broadcasting of the proceedings, this will pose a threat to her own ability to testify. As I indicated, this case is about a murder which attracted much publication. This murder was reported in both print and visual media. There is a huge public interest in the proceedings in this case. Safety is a concern for all that are involved. The applicant is open to members of the media photographing her along the corridors within this courthouse or anywhere outside the courtroom. Although this witness did not testify, she has in no uncertain terms objected to visual and audio broadcast of her evidence. And that is what Advocate Baloyi communicated to this court. The court has to take the public interest in this case into consideration. It has to consider that the public has the right to access information pertaining to proceedings in this case. And secondly, the court has to consider sensitivities obtaining where the applicant is concerned to have been placed in a situation where she will face the glare and the scrutiny by members of the public. When all is said and done, the court has to ensure that the interests of justice are taken into regard and protected. For a witness to testify in a manner helpful, it is vital that his or her sense of comfort be preserved and protected to the best extent possible under the circumstances from time to time. However, it has been correctly pointed out that the court has to be conscious of the fact that what remains at stake becomes considerations of the interest of justice, and that such should take preference. The rights of witness number 1 as an individual are pitted against the interest of all the other people that have an interest in this case. So literally we have a situation where the rights of one individual, which are important and which are to be observed, are pitted against the rights of very many other people in the form of people with interest in the case. In the case of Van Breda, the court clearly indicated that technology and the role of broadcasting media to inform the public is part of the right to freedom of the press and the principle on the principle of open justice. The court has to maintain a balance between the observance of the freedom of the press and the right of the individual or even an accused person to a fair trial. Section 173 of the Constitution affords the court inherent powers to protect and regulate its own process and to develop the common law taking into account the interests of justice. The court has to harmonize the right to freedom of expression and the open justice principle on the one hand, and the right to a fair trial on the other. It has to harmonize them with one another in order to arrive at a just and suitable set of circumstances, enabling fair trial and achieving sufficient protection from for the various people or individuals that feature in the case. In the Van Breda case, the court dealt with an application by media to broadcast criminal proceedings. It held that the tension between the rights to freedom of expression and the open justice principle on the one hand, and the right to a fair trial on the other, should as far as possible be harmonized with one another. It held that the court must exercise a proper discretion under Section 173 of the Constitution, in each case by balancing the degree of risk involved in allowing cameras into the courtroom against the degree of risk that a fair trial might not happen. It is notable that and the court made a clear point to the effect that courts ought not to restrict the nature and scope of the broadcast unless prejudice is demonstrable and there is a real risk that such prejudice will occur. The applicant only raised her concerns to Advocate Baloyi and did not testify as already indicated. Through Advocate Baloyi, the applicant expressed concerns that she runs a real risk of suffering prejudice. Our courts have expressed where it comes to situations where the rights and interests of an individual are pitted against the rights of many people, if not the country, and where they are also pitted against considerations of protecting the interests of justice. In the Van Breda case, the court held that mere conjecture or speculation that prejudice might occur ought not to be enough close quote. It follows, therefore, that an applicant who seeks for the court to restrict the media in the manner the applicant seeks to do in this matter has a burden to show court that such a risk not only exists, but prejudice is most likely to be brought to bear against him or her. The legal representatives of all 5 accused contend that considerations of fair trial shall be sacrificed if the application for an order to restrict the media in the manner the applicant requests is granted. In this case, 4 witnesses have already testified as indicated. 2 of them are police officials who did so without requiring any limitations directed at members of the media. It turned out that the 3rd witness for the state was placed under protection due to fear for his life and apprehension regarding his personal safety. Over the time when he was testifying, an incident took place where members of the media who were doing their job by way of covering this and many other matters in this court or elsewhere sought to have a particular angle in engaging this witness, to which action he did not prove respective. And unfortunately, it resulted in that witness, Mr. Madlala to be specific, having to run for dear safety along the corridors of this courtroom. That incident was followed by an understanding, and it's an understanding which was easily arrived at, where members of the media converged and a report was relayed to the court, and where the court management and members of the media agreed on particular protocols that have to do with the do's and don'ts whilst coverage of these proceedings shall be happening. The legal representatives of all 5 accused contend that the witness number 1 seems to be seeking to be accorded a privilege, if I may use that word, which was not afforded to any other witness that went before her. This position by members of the media proves to be more weightier in the light of the fact that witness number 1 has thus far not gotten into the witness dock in order to unpack or to outline the nature of her apprehension, her fears, and possibilities that she regards as likely to eventuate if her request is not granted. The defense counsels, together with a representative of the media, Mr. Dan Rosengarten, strongly oppose the granting of an order sought by witness number 1. And they make the point that this witness has not proven that the court, that there is justification for the court to order as she requests. As indicated, there is a vast number of people who have an interest in developments pertaining to this case, who for various reasons are not in a position to make it to the courthouse. Parties who have an interest in proceedings pertaining to this case straddle across far and wide in local, national, and international spaces. Even where some of them are in a position to make it to court, limitations based on the capacity of the courthouse and the courtroom to accommodate everyone who wishes to be in attendance, make it impossible that this objective be achieved. It is for that reason that the court, or that efforts ought to be done towards imposing lesser rather than greater restrictions and limitations for those who are interested in following the proceedings in this case but are not able to be in attendance, much as it will be also in consideration of those who are able to attend but would find that their access to the court is tempered with because of the manner of the implication or of the application of whatever restrictions the court may choose to order. Now, such restrictions are bound to eat away from the credibility of our criminal justice system, which may in turn leave room for keenness on the part of members of the society to resort to taking the law into their hands in the face of adversity brought to bear out of acts of criminality. That in itself will pose further untold harm to the democratic principles in our country, where uprisings and strife already threaten to become the order of the day. It is the argument of the defense in this case that where restrictions are put in place which limit the measure to which access to information or even physical access to the courtroom get undermined, that this may result in a negative image being attached to our criminal justice system. On the other hand, the court has to consider that there is cause to ensure that witnesses who feature in our court proceedings have a form of assurance that, number one, they will live to testify on another day. Number 2, they will face the least inconveniences, threats, and fears out of their decision to take steps in assisting courts of law in arriving at the truth around incidents that amount to criminality. That very constitution which the country boasts about and which was born amidst a hype based on promises of fairness and equality before the eyes of the law and access to justice without any discrimination, that these promises should happen without being tainted by unfortunate incidents that take place because the one or the other witness chose to be of assistance in bringing the court to the truth around incidents that took place, which form part of proceedings before them. Participants in court proceedings, members of society, as well as those who stand accused before courts, stand justified in expecting that fairness and equity shall be part and parcel of judicial decision-making without exception. At the same time, it turns out that ever since the occurrence of the incident in issue in this case, on countless occasions, witness number 1 herself has consistently participated in social media addressing issues pertaining to this case, and in so doing, she placed her identity, including her face, out in the public, which prompted the very public scrutiny, criticism, analysis, and everything else that goes with public participation in social media, around which she now claims to be harboring apprehension. The defense, together with the legal representative of the media, question why witness number 1 suddenly and without proper notice seeks to be granted latitude, which is not only different from that which other witnesses in the same case were granted, but which goes overboard, according to them, in not only limiting but also completely undermining the interests of all who seek to follow developments in this trial by watching proceedings, if not that she seeks to blatantly undermine the rights to access to information. The situation is further compounded, as indicated, by the fact that she did not testify and was therefore never subjected to any test regarding her averments pertaining to potential threats to her person, her reputation, and her security if her face and her voice get broadcast over time when she will be testifying. All her concerns were conveyed by Advocate Baloyi from the bar, and it was not possible to interrogate each fact that Mr. Baloyi, Advocate Baloyi, indicated as having been raised by witness number 1. It is so that matters pertaining to the safety of witnesses do deserve prompt and adequate attention at all given times. It is not a secret that in our country today, a decision to testify in the one or the other case sometimes gets to be a situation where one is choosing whether or not, or whether to place oneself or not to do so, because we have had incidents reported across all media platforms where witnesses faced consequences because a decision they took to testify in assisting the court to arrive at the truth. Therefore, courts do have a duty to be seen to be going out of their way to protect and preserve the lives and safety of witnesses who testify before them. Failure to do so will prove to be counterproductive in that witnesses will have to decide whether it is worth going through the risk and the dangers that come with testifying before courts. This will result in a malicious dent on the image of our justice system, and it will in turn promote lawlessness and a semblance of the law of the jungle when it comes to responses to criminality, as indicated in the case of State versus Matiti, 2011, in brackets 1, SACR, page 40, a Supreme Court of Appeal decision. Our criminal justice system will have failed in accommodating victims of crime and the society at large if no measures are taken to openly demonstrate that the interests of those impacted upon in a negative manner by acts of criminality are protected, and that as much comfort is afforded whilst they go about testifying in various cases. In the case of State versus Maumela and another, in brackets, Director General of Justice intervening, Oregon J and Cameron J said in paragraph 66 in a dissenting judgment, but the particular passage was approved by the majority of the court, and they said the following, and I quote, "The approach to limitation is therefore to determine the proportionality between the limitation of the right, considering the nature and importance of the infringement of right on the one hand, and the purpose, importance, and effect of the infringing provision, taking into account availability of less restrictive means available to achieve that purpose," close quote. Up until now, this court does not know what perils witness number 1 stands threatened with in the event where testimony is broadcasted. The court allowed witness number 3 and 4 to testify with restrictions in place, namely that their faces were not to be shown, especially where it regards witness number 3, Mr. Tumelo Madlala. The defense and the representative of the media do not challenge the position where beaming of the faces of the witnesses is prohibited over time when such witnesses will be testifying up until finalization of this case. Witness number 1's voice and most probably her face are already out in the public due to her past participation in the social media where she addressed issues pertaining to this case. Her explanation is that she needed to protect her integrity consequent to being subjected to public attacks revolving around issues related to this case. Forbidding public broadcasts in which her voice will be exposed to interested parties and the public cannot bring about any benefits, if not consequences, which have thus far not shown. As a result, while the court understands that beaming her face may bring an unintended adverse consequence to bear against her, there is no evidence showing that a public broadcast which exposes her voice can do the same to any unprecedented extent. The court sought to find out from the legal representatives of the accused, given the reality that certain limitations were put in place for purposes of the testimony of accused of witness number 3 and 4. And there was assurance that in the light of how this trial has been unfolding, there is no specific demand that the beaming of the face of witness number 1 be allowed to happen at the time she will be testifying. This court is vested with discretion to allow publication of court proceedings, in particular visual and audio broadcasts. It is vested with the power to control proceedings to ensure a just outcome. In so doing, the court has to be on the lookout for any eventuality or incident that steals away from the focus that these proceedings are about. There has to be a firm understanding that the proceedings in this case are about the murder, the unlawful killing of the late Mr. Sifiso Meyiwa. By extension, this case is about those who held him dear to their lives, be it next of kin, relatives, and people in the sports fraternity, and more specifically with regard to people in the soccer fraternity. This court may allow publication of court proceedings, in particular visual and audio broadcast. It is vested with the power to control these proceedings to ensure a just outcome. However, the court will be remiss if it does that without due consideration of all the dynamics at play and all the possibilities that may arise specifically out of the manner in which publication of the court proceedings is carried out. As indicated, it is fact that the broader society will retain a deep interest and will want to ensure that justice is done where the open court principle protects their ability to do so. Historically, this meant that justice was done in an open forum where the default position was such that the public is able to come and observe what is taking place. In the Van Breda versus Media 24 case, the court described the interest at stake by broadcasting court proceedings as follows, and I quote, "It is important to emphasize that whilst greater access by the public to the court system by means of televised proceedings would result in 1. Demystification of the judicial process, 2. Greater informed deliberation and critical assessment of the judiciary based on the public's ability to readily observe judicial proceedings, and 3. Increased understanding of and respect for the judiciary based on the public's increased ability to observe the daily working of courts, and 4. Improved journalistic standards relative to court reporting resulting from greater coverage of court proceedings and the development of court reporters specializing in judicial matters, and 5thly, high public awareness of deep-seated societal problems. The right to a public hearing does not automatically mean that trials must necessarily be broadcast live in all circumstances. In the case of .com Trading 121 Pty Limited, trading as Live Africa Network News versus King Nomino Ofikie and others, 2000 in brackets for SA 973 C. The court, and by extension the country, had occasion to grapple with openness of proceedings within the criminal justice system. This case arose from a commission of inquiry into match fixing in cricket. The commission chairperson limited the coverage of proceedings only to the press, but banned radio and television broadcasting. The chairperson further denied the application to relax this, even with limitations. In considering the impact of broadcasting of witness, the court stated that the least restrictive means of protecting witnesses had to be preferred. The court further observed that there are differences between audio and visual recordings, which meant that they were more central to freedom of expression, as they were first-hand accounts rather than interpreted materials. In criminal proceedings, the power of a court to limit broadcast of witness testimony stems from a reading of the provisions of sections 152, 154 of the Criminal Procedure Act number 51 of 1977. The default position is that proceedings occur in open court unless some or other reasons exist for it or for that not to occur. The set of circumstances which fall under those which the court may consider as justifying prohibition of the conduct of proceedings in open court include the following. 1, where doing so is required considering the provisions of Section 63, subsection 5 of the Child Justice Act. The court is of a view, or where the court is of a view that it is in the interest of security of the country, good order, good morals, or the administration of justice to have or to place such restrictions in place. Thirdly, it is where it is possible that a witness may come under harm in the event where they testify. Fourthly, where cases involved various sexual offenses, extortion, or attempts to gain an advantage which is not due. Fifthly, where the witness is a minor. And sixthly and lastly, where the court is of the view that the subject matter of the case is inappropriate for those under the age of 18. Considering the circumstances that form the background in this case, and the fact that the applicant did not tender evidence under oath, this court is not in a position to determine how the particular circumstances can or cannot fulfill requirements that come into place out of a consideration of a variety of circumstances as outlined in the paragraph above, which is paragraph 38. In addition, a court exercises a power to regulate its own proceedings in terms of Section 173 of the Constitution when such court determines the manner in which to broadcast proceedings. A presiding judge may exercise a guided discretion on whether to permit the recording of proceedings and to allow open access to them. The witness in this instance complains about security concerns and thus seeks to persuade the court to exercise the power to limit the visual and audio broadcasting of her testimony in particular. Regarding the modality of the exercise of the court's discretion, the balance lies in favor of openness unless there is good reasons for deviating from this position. The court in the Van Breda decision set out the following guidance for the exercise of the court's discretion, and I quote, under paragraph 70. In permitting the televising of court proceedings, this court is doing more than recognizing the appropriate starting point. It will always remain open to a trial court to direct that some or all of the proceedings before it may not be broadcast at all or may only be broadcast in, for example, audio form. It remains for that court in the exercise of its discretion under Section 173 of the Constitution to do so. It shall be for the media to request access from the presiding judge on a case-by-case basis. In that regard, it is undesirable for this court to lay down any rigid rules as to how such requests should be considered. It shall be for the trial court to exercise a proper discretion having regard to the circumstances of each case. It remains the duty of the trial court to examine with care each application. The court should exercise a proper discretion in such cases by balancing the degree of risk involved in allowing the cameras into the courtroom against the degree of risk that a fair trial might not ensue. In acceding to the request, the judge may issue such directions as may be necessary to, firstly, control the conduct of proceedings before court. Secondly, to ensure the decorum of the court and prevent distractions. And thirdly, to ensure that the fair administration of justice in the pending case. The defense averred that witness number 1 participated in a Netflix document covering the incident in this case. However, this averment was not backed by any reliable evidence. It therefore does not fall to be an issue which is deserving of much attendance for purposes of the task that needs to be carried out. Conduct on the part of witness number 1 within social media platforms seems to suggest that she is not camera shy. However, ability to contend with the glare of cameras and dynamics of exposure to public scrutiny do not make for a complete set of considerations to be made. Realities that come with the magnitude of this case, especially this case, the emotions it provokes, and the sense of affinity, keenness, and relatedness of all interested parties to all dynamics obtaining in a case ought to be taken into consideration. Advocate Baloy mentioned that witness number 1 may find it difficult for her to testify if her request is not granted. This was perceived as a threat on her part to desist from tendering evidence for the court to arrive at a just decision. Suffice it to say that appearance before courts for witnesses in court proceedings is largely preceded by the issue of a subpoena directed at such a witness. By virtue of the fact that witness number 1 is to testify on behalf of the state, and considering that she is a lay person, it falls to be incumbent upon the state to appraise her with all applicable legal connotations flowing out of the process. Further than that, like any citizen, witness number 1 has witness number 1 has an equal right to be heard before any court of law. It will not be correct to fault her for having made a request before court in the manner she did. It became wise of her to engage and to communicate her request, and at the same time soliciting the response of this court and the accused persons through their legal representatives regarding the request she made. This was done openly through Mr. Baloy, and it was done frankly. It suggests that she has placed herself in a space where she is open to a ruling being made regarding the request she made. It is fact that witness number 1 deserves to be treated fairly and equally. Her concerns deserve to be taken into regard, and determination around the request has to be based on considerations of all the factors at play. However, the court finds that where a broadcast of visual images of her testimony may bring unintended adverse consequences to bear upon her, there is no evidence proving that an audio broadcast of her evidence may do the same. Taking all prevailing circumstances into consideration, the court finds that witness number 1 did not advance sufficient reasons to justify an order restricting both visual and audio broadcast of her evidence. At the same time, there is no reason to subject witness number 1 to an atmosphere during the course of her testimony which compares worse as compared to that which prevailed when the last 2 witnesses for the state gave evidence. That is witnesses number 3 and 4. And those are Mr. Tumelo Madlala and Mr. Mtokozisi Twala. In the result, the court makes the following order. 1, that live broadcast of the image of the witness, that is witness number 1, will not be permitted. 2, that members of the electronic media are permitted to live broadcast the testimony of witness number 1 by means of an audio. I might just add that the prohibition of images of witness number 1 whilst she testifies shall remain in place until the finalization of this case.
As it pleases the court, my lord.
Please the court, my lord. My lord, just complete my business before the court may be excused.
Well excused.
Please, my lord.
As it pleases the court, my lord.
As the court pleases, my lord, may I ask that the judgment should be summarized, I don't know how, to the accused, my lord.
Yeah.
If it's possible, I don't know how it can be interpreted or summarized.
You will realize, Advocate Michelle, that when I left here yesterday, you had piled me with stacks of heads that I had to go through. There are typos. I don't know whether the interpreter shall be able to navigate around that, but the typos do not take away the underlying direction and meaning. But if we were to do it live here, the typos might interfere with the speed with which the interpreter does that. I don't know whether it might assist if we adjourn and the interpreter interprets to the accused, what has taken, what has been expressed.
That is in order, my lord.
Can you just give an indication of how long the adjournment will take place?
I am not in a position to tell. I'm not the one that's going to interpret. So, I mean, all of us know what that will entail, given that we should just determine together how long a break we want to allow.
We will then inform the court when we are ready, my lord.
Yes, except that we will request Mr. Interpreter to do this with the best possible pace in place.
So, my lord, just before court commenced, I spoke to the judge's registrar requesting for a copy. She then informed me that the court had said that the legal counsel will convey to the accused the outcome of the court, my lord. I did make that request way before we commenced. But to do it now, my lord, it's not a possible exercise. If I was supposed to interpret, I was supposed to...
Even with the availability of a copy of the ruling, that will be surprising.
It might take long, my lord. The court took more than an hour now. It might be long. Yes. So I can't give time. It might take long.
Mr. Interpreter, you were not requested to give a sense of time. What Advocate Chololo requires is that the accused become appraised of what was expressed in this ruling.
It's fine, I'll do it.
That is all that is expected to happen.
Thank you, my lord.
Advocate Mshololo, is your client satisfied?
Yes, my lord. Thank you, my lord.
As the court pleases, my lord, we thank the court for its indulgence. The interpretation was done, and we apologize for the slight delay. There were other issues that the state had to attend to. My lord, the state calls the next witness. Is witness number 1 on the list is Ms. Zandile Lorraine Kumalo. Lord, we just apologize for the slight delay. The witness is just in a room behind the court. Slight delay.
Yes.
Please take your full names. Please take your full names.
Zandile Lorraine Kumalo.
Any objection taking the prescribed oath?
I didn't hear. Zandile who?
Lorraine Kumalo. Any objection within the prescribed oath? No. Do you swear that the evidence about to give the court is the truth, nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say so help me God.
So help me God.
Ms. Kumalo, we are thankful that you are here to testify. I just need to say to you that mic before you, it doesn't augment your volume. It doesn't increase your volume. It is there only for purposes of recording. There will therefore be a need that you speak in such a way that we can hear you. You are free to testify standing or seated or interchangeably. You are free to indicate if you get exhausted and you need a rest, or if there is anything you need to bring to our attention during the course of your testimony.
The court, please, my lord. Ms. Kumalo, judgment has been handed down regarding the request that you conveyed to the state. Has the import of the judgment been explained to you?
Yes, wonke ama rights wami ngifundelwe wona, and ngakhetha ukuthi ngiqhubeke, and in the midst of everything, obviously appealing was one of them.
Okay.
But I chose not to.
All my rights had been written to me, or I was told about, and I decided to proceed. And also appealing was one of them, but I decided not to. Noma ke ukudlulisa ke isinqumo lesesenziwe bekuwukuthi ke ngakwenza lokho kodwa ngathatha isinqumo sokuthi ngingakwenzi.
Ngoba bengifuna ukuthi icala liqhubeke singalokho sichitha isikhathi.
Because I wanted the matter to proceed and not for time to be wasted.
At the same time, nami ngimilana nje ngifuna ukuthi uSenzo athole justice.
At the same time, as I am standing here, I also want Senzo to get justice.
Thank you, Ms. Kumalo. What is your occupation?
I'm a singer.
Ngiyumculi ngokusebenza.
During the year October 2014, where were you resident?
Bengihlala Spruit View, which falls under Force Loras.
I was residing in Spruit View, which falls under Force Loras.
Yes, at which address?
13511 Kutlanong Street.
13511 Kutlanong Street.
Is there a name of a section?
Mzamo section.
Mzamo section.
And with whom were you staying at that address?
I stayed with my mother, Ntombi Khumalo.
Angihlala khona ke noma wami uNtombi Khumalo.
The deceased in this matter, Mr. Senzo Meyiwa, is he known to you?
Yes.
Yebo, umufi kulecala umuntu engimaziyo noma engangimazi.
uSenzo ngimaze ngoKelly, uyena wathi mayiqala ezwana naye banobudlelwane naye, and then after ama dates, I think ayemabili mangikhumbula kahle, wayesethi hey khona umbhuti engihlangane naye kanje kanje.
All right. I got to know him through Kelly. She was the first one who got to know him, or who had a relationship with him. And then after about 2 dates, she then informed me that there is this gentleman that I am now seeing.
Naye wayesechaza futhi ukuthi uyena umlisa lo umaze ngomngani wakhe olusha Mthiyane.
She also informed me that she got to know, that is now Kelly, that she got to know this gentleman, referring to the deceased, through her friend Lucia Mthiyane.
Just a minute. Now, can you just explain to the court who's Kelly?
uKelly udadewethu omdala sibabili kuma.
She is my elder sister. We are two. My mother has got 2 children.
Now, can you further explain if you say your sister, Miss Kelly Kumalo, told you that she has met the deceased? What do you mean?
Mangichaza kabanzi kusho ukuthi sebedatile kambadlwana, and then she's interested in him as much as I think naye interested in her.
If I were to explain much deeper in that they had now dated for now, went on dates on a couple of occasions, on a few occasions, and that she was now interested in him, and same as with him, that he was now interested in her.
Did they have a relationship, a love relationship?
They had a beautiful relationship.
Yebo babenobuhle.
They loved each other to an extent where babelandelana yonke indawo.
Indlela ke babethandana ngayo, that they were following each other everywhere.
At some point ngiyakhumbula ukuthi uSenzo wakumele ukuthi aye campini.
Just a minute.
Okay.
Do you know as when this love relationship started?
Mangikhumbula kahle noma ngizama ukukhumbula kuphakathi ka 2012 no 2013 kodwa ngingazi i-date exactly.
If I remember well, or I try to remember, between 2012 and 2013, although I won't remember the exact date.
Do you know where the deceased stayed at the time during their relationship?
Bengakaze ngiye kwakhe kodwa ngangizwile ukuthi uhlala eBaklo.
I hadn't yet gone to his place, but I heard that he was staying in Baklu.
Yes, from Baklu. What happened?
And then every now and then ke mabehlangana noKelly bekuthi mhlambe sihlangana ema restaurant noma endaweni zobumnandi.
Every now and then, if it was so that he was to meet Kelly, would meet at restaurants or were at entertainment places.
At the time of his death, where was the deceased staying?
He was living with Kelly.
Malberton. Oh, sorry. Ngesikhathi ke sokushona kwakhe wayehlala kanye noKelly eMalberton.
Do you know if they, or let's put it to this way, do they have any offsprings?
Yes, they have a daughter, Utingo. She is 9 years old now.
Banaye ke umntwana oyindodakazi uThingo igama lakhe oneminyaka u9 manje.
Now, Ms. Kumalo, is it correct that on the 26th of October, a certain incident occurred which led to you coming to court to testify today?
Yes, kunjalo.
Yes, that is so. kuyiqinisoko ukuthi nge-26 ka-October khona-ke sehlakalo esenzeka esiholele ekutheni ngibe lana namuhla.
Can you, in your own words, tell the court as to what happened? If you can start with the events of the morning.
Sasise Malbertine ekseni ngazo 26 lezo kuyisonto. Kuyimina uKelly umthogo because ulale he slept over.
Okay. On the day of the 26th of October, it was on a Sunday. In the morning, we were in Malbertine, myself, Kelly, and Mtoko, because he had slept over.
No Senzo na iwaye kona.
Senzo was also there. Sina Jackie.
Oh, bye.
Yes. Yeah. Mtoko, is that Mr. Mtokozizi Twala?
Mr. Mtokozizi Twala, yes.
Mtokozizi Twala.
Now, just before you proceed to say Mtokozizi Twala slept over.
Yes.
Was there a reason why he slept over?
The night before, babehlangene no Senzo Stadium, so kwakunetha. So why says ake ezolala ngathina.
Okay. The night before, he had met with Senzo at the stadium, and it was raining. So he then came to sleep over with us.
Yes. Yes, you may proceed.
Kwaseke ekseni kwakhona ke ngezwa kuthiwa ethu Senzo no Kelly be discuss ukuthi khona iphathi bekumele baye kuyona iphathi ka Roy Mahamudza, which is one of the players we Orlando Pirates at that time.
In the morning, I then had a discussion between Senzo and Kelly that they were to attend to a party of one of an Orlando Pirates player at the time, or a player that was playing for Orlando Pirates then, Roy Mahamudza.
And then at the same time, nathi sasine show because bengisebenza naye ngaleso sikhathi usiswami. Sasine show Dorothy Nyembe Can Do.
At the same time, we also had a show. At the time, I was working with my sister. We had a Can Do show at Dorothy Nyembe.
Just a minute. Yes, and where is this place, Dorothy Nyembe?
It's Soweto.
It's in Soweto.
What type of place is it?
Park kanje.
It's sort of a park.
Yes, you may continue.
Sasasuka ke ekseni sesilungisele lukuya khona. Sahamba sisonke emotweni eyodwa.
We then left in the morning preparing to go there, and we all traveled in the same vehicle.
Yes.
Masesifika khona masesifika la sise endaweni yephathi ngoba inhloso kwakuukuthi sizofike sishiya uSenzo endaweni yephathi la ephathini ka Roy Mahamudza bese thina siyaqhubeka semsebenzini.
And then upon arrival at the venue of the party, because the idea was upon arrival at where the party was to be held, we were going to leave Senzo there at the party, and then we proceed to work.
Yes.
Kwasetholakala ukuthi babesenza amalungiselelo ephathi ngakaqali. Kwase ukuthi ke uSenzo sekumele ukuthi sihambe naye noMthokozisi badlulele nathi siye showini lesasekuyona.
Upon arrival, we then found out that they were still in the preparation phase of the party, and the party hadn't started. So it so happened that we then had to leave with Senzo as well as Mtoko to the show.
Mtoko is now Mtokozizi.
Mtokozizi, yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke sasesifika eDorothy Nyembe nakhona futhi beku right nje sifike kahle ngesikhathi sasesilinda kancane ngoba kwakukhona abasa performer before thina so sizivumele ukuthi singene.
We then arrived at Dorothy Nyembe and everything was just okay, and we arrived on time. It's so that we had to wait before we could go in because there were those that were performing.
Yes. Did you then carry out a performance there?
Yes, we carried out a performance on that particular day. Noma futhi sesiqeda sathi ukuhlala kancane.
Yebo ke sa perform ngalelo langa, but after performing we spent a while.
Yes. What time did you leave the venue of the performance? Dorothy Nyembe?
Noma ngengikhumbula isikhathi esi-exact kodwa kwakula ko past 2 to 3.
Although I won't remember the exact time, but it was past 2 to 3.
Yes, you may proceed.
Saseke mase siqala sisingena endleleni sesihamba uSenzo mangikhumbula kahle wayeloko efone echeck ukuthi iphathi ihamba kanjani amalungiselelo ahamba kanjani wayesethola ukuthi akukalungi.
If I remember well, as we were driving, Senzo was on the phone all the time trying to find out as to how were the preparation, how was the party going, and then it found out that how it was, and then I found out that it was not, the preparations were not done yet.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then mase sendleleni kanjalo uSenzo wayesecela ukuthi ucela ukuthi ukudlula in one of the houses khona lapha eSoweto lapho nama ngazi but wathi yena mayichaza kwakuhlala umama womdlali ayemazi so befuna ukudlula amshiyela imali.
As then Senzo then made a request to go past a certain house in Soweto. I also don't know the house, but as he explained, it was a player's mother, or a former player or a player's mother who was staying there, and he wanted to go past there and leave money for the lady.
Yes. Did you then stop over at that place?
Yes, we stopped over at that place.
Yebo safika semake kuleyo ndlu leyo.
Yes, and then from there.
And then mase sisuka lapho ke waphinde futhi washo uSenzo ukuthi ucela ukuthi sidlule kubo kaMthoko. I had never been there before. It was my first time there.
Also Senzo made another request that he was requesting for us to go past Mtoko's home, and I had never been there, so it was my first time on that day.
Yes.
Kwaseke uMthoko mase sifika khona eSprayt eKatlehong wehla wangena endlini thizeni, then mayisephuma waphuma esegqoka itop yokugcina esezongena emotweni futhi.
And when we got there in Spruit or Katlehong, Mthoko went into a particular house or a certain house, and then when he came out, he came out wearing a top, and then coming into the car.
Yes, we may proceed.
And then sasisuka ke lapho sa driver sangena ku N3.
From there we drove and went into onto the N3.
Yes.
Mase sendleleni kanjalo ngangizwa nje uSenzo lokho ekhuluma noTumelo efonini nami uTumelo bengingamazi ngamazi ngalolo suku lolo elokho emcheck ukuthi how far.
As we were traveling, I heard Senzo was talking and he was talking to Tumelo. At the time, Tumelo was not known to me, and he was trying to find out from him as to how far he was.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then kwase ukuthi emva kwe call lapho uKheli wasetshela uSenzo ukuthi ucela ukuthi ngcono ukuthi amtshela ukuthi ehle ku N3 sizomthatha ku off ramp yase Spruitview.
Okay, and then after the call, Kelly informed Senzo to tell him to get off at the N3, and then we were going to get him at the Spruitview off ramp.
Who was to be found at the off ramp?
Tumelo.
Yes, and what is he saying?
And you say it is which off ramp?
Sorry.
Spruitview off ramp.
Yes, and what is Tumelo's surname?
Madlala.
Madlala.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then nangempela nathi mase siqala sithatha off ramp sisuka ku N3 sesingena ngase Spruitview sahlangana naye as a walker towards where we were waiting for him.
And indeed, when we took that off ramp, we then met him walking towards where we met him.
And just for record purposes, if you say you met him, who are you referring to?
Tumelo Madlala.
Tumelo Madlala. Ngikhuluma ngoTumelo Madlala uma ngisho.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then samthatha ku Tumelo lapho ku N3 sehla sayekhaya.
We then took Tumelo from the N3 and we then went down home.
Yes, and can you just explain to the court why did you head to your home?
We headed home simply because earlier on uKelly spoke to Uma ukuthi okay since iphathi ngasenzeki ngaleso sikhathi Uma siyazi ukuthi njalo ngesonto uhlala ephekile ngaso sonke isikhathi wayesethi uKelly ngcono siyodla lunch ekhaya.
We went down there simply because the party hadn't started at the time, and then Kelly contacted my mother, and then we know that each and every Sunday our mother cooks, and then Kelly then said it would be better for us to go and have lunch there.
More or less, what time did you pick up Mr. Tumelo Madlala at the Spruitview offering?
Mangicabanga kahle if ngisakhumbula bekungo 3 to 4 lapho nje.
If I can remember well, it was 3 before 4 around there.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then sasesifika ke ngaphandle kwasekhaya singakangeni phakathi ejardini sakhumbula ukuthi konje endlini kuzodingeka ama drinks and then sasesithi ngcono siyezansi kwa Kwembu's Tavern.
Who's tavern?
Kwembu.
Kwembu.
Yes.
We then got outside, to the outside of my home, before we could get inside or into the premises. We then thought that, or realized that the drinks would be needed. We then went down to Kwembu's place.
And what type of place is that?
It's a tavern where they just sell drinks, acha, amanqina, and yeah, but basically just beverages.
Laba bethengisa khona ke iphuzo, acha, and referring to amanqina, it's feet, my lord. Amanqina is
Trotters,
which one?
We're inkomo.
Inkomo. Oh, they're referring to trotters. Sorry, my lord, because also get amanqina. Okay, so it's trotters.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then masesifika ke ngaphandle ka Kwembu's Tavern uSenzo noKelly ba realize ukuthi abanayo I cash ngoba kwa Kwembu bekungathathwa ilantos iCard.
Okay. Upon arrival at Kwembu's place, both Kelly and Senzo then realized that they didn't have cash, and at the time, because at Kwembu's place they didn't make use of card payments.
Yes, you may proceed.
So nami ke ngaleso sikhathi ngayisesha ngathola ukuthi no 400 esikhwameni and then ngathi ngcono ukuthi sisebenzise wona.
I then searched myself and then found out that I had 400 rands in my pocket, and then said that it's better to use it.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke ngaphakathi kwangena mina nomthokozi Sithwala.
The people who went inside was myself and Mtokozi Sithwala.
Yes.
And then masifika phakathi, that's when we bought Heineken, if I remember correctly, ne Guarana.
And then when we went in, if I remember well, that's when we bought Heineken and Guarana.
If you can remember the quantities, you can mention that.
Angikhumbuli kahle quantity, but sawusebenzisa nje wonke u 400 kwabushintsho omncane.
I can't remember the quantity, but we used all the 400 and we got a small change back.
Yeah, sorry, just mention all the brands of alcohol that you bought.
Guarana, engikhumbulayo.
Which I can remember is Guarana.
Ne Heineken.
And Heineken.
Yeah.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then sasasuka lapho ke sabuyela sayikhaya sangena sapaka and then sangena endlini.
From there, we then went back home. We drove in, we parked, and we went inside the house.
What time did you get to your house, your parental house?
If I remember correctly, noma ngasekho sure kangakanani, but bekulago 4:30 to 5.
Although I'm not that certain, about 4:30 to 5, or before 5.
Kodwa nje ilanga lalisekhona.
But the sun was still out.
Yes, we may proceed.
And then ilauma asamgela khona, and then wasihlalisa phansi waphaka ke.
That's where my mother then made us to sit down, welcomed us, made us to sit down, and then she dished up.
And in which room were you seated?
We were sitting in the dining room.
Yes, sasihlezi-ke e-dining room.
Do you still remember the seating arrangements there in the dining room?
Yes, I still remember the sitting arrangements.
Ngisakhumbula-ke ukuthi kwakuhlezwi kanjani-ke khona lapho e-dining room.
We are going to show you a photo number 64. If you are able to explain the sitting arrangement using the photo, you can please do so.
That's photo number?
Photo number 64, my lot of Exhibit B.
Okay, so la kwakuhleluma.
Okay, Masud bamba lapho.
Maybe photo 65, sorry, can you, photo 65? Yes, you can use both. Let's start with photo 64. This photo 64 of Exhibit B, my lord.
So la kwakuhleluma.
My mother was seated, my mother was seated here.
Is there a television set in there?
The television set is more to the side.
The TV ke ingakho uhlangothi lolu.
Yes.
And then kwakuhleli mina la ngoba every now and then ngangilokhu ngidlala nengane la.
I was seated there because every now and then I was playing with a child there.
Excuse me, Lord. Perhaps if she refers to here and there, a descriptor is needed for the people to say, like here she means the left portion of the sofa or the middle portion or the other side as the court basis.
Yeah, that's fair enough, my lord. How many couches are there in the dining room?
In the dining room, there's 2 couches which are sitting opposite to each other, and then an ottoman at the corner.
Kunama couch amabili-ke laphayana e-dining room abhekene ekhoneni ukuthi ottoman.
Ottoman, yeah.
Ottoman-ke esekhoneni.
Where would the other couch be?
The other couch will be more to this side, which is opposite this one. Yeah.
Couch-ke uzoba ngabo hlangothi-ke yena-ke
Just
ubhekene nalo.
opposite.
You've just indicated a place that your mother was seated
Yes.
on the edge of
On
the
the edge.
sofa. of the couch, sorry, closer to the television set.
Yes, that's true.
wayehlezi-ke eduze ngaku-TV uma.
And then-ke mina ngangihleli la phakathi nendawo la.
I was seated here in the middle.
Yes.
And then-ke kulo sofa omunye-ke lo la opposite.
Yeah, and were you the only two on the
Yes.
couch?
For starters, yes, bekuyimina naye.
Ekuqaleni-ke yebo bekuyimina-ke naye bekuyithi ababili abahlezi laphayana.
Yes.
Can you point again to the edge where you sat?
This is where I sat.
Oh, yeah, where your mother sat?
My mother sat at the edge just towards the TV.
Umama wayehlezi laphayana-ke eduze ne-TV.
Yes.
We just want to show you another photo. Photo number 15. So we're just trying to locate the photo with the other couch.
Photo number what?
This is photo number 58 of Exhibit B. So, photo 57 of Exhibit B. If you can just explain the sitting arrangement.
Okay, and then la eqaleni kwakuhleli
And that's photo number?
57, my lord, of Exhibit B.
Yes.
It appears on page 60 of the bundle, my lord.
Yes, I found it.
Yeah.
So la eqaleni ngase TV kwakuhleli uTumelo.
Yeah, at the beginning, next to the TV, or close to the TV, Tumelo sat there.
And then eceleni kwakhe kwakuhleli uMthokozi Sithwala.
Next to him was Mthokozi Sithwala.
And then eceleni kwakhe kwakuhleli uSenzo.
Next to him was Senzo.
Just a minute.
You say it was Tumelo first,
Yes,
then
it was Tumelo first, and then Mthokozisi right next to him, and then Senzo was right next to Mthokozisi, and then Kelly at the edge.
Bese kuba uKelly-ke ekugcineni.
So where was Kelly seated?
She was sitting on the ottoman at the edge here.
Yena wayehlezi laphayana-ke ekugcineni-ke ku-ottoman.
yes.
Yes, what happened further? You had a meal, then what happened?
And then we had a meal. Kumnandi kuhlekwa. Kuyimina engangilokhu ngikhipha iphuzo edifrizeni.
We had a meal. It was we were having fun. We were laughing, and I'm the one who was taking the drinks out of the fridge.
Yes.
And then
There's a television set there. And do you know if that television set was playing on the day?
Yes, ngalolo suku ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kwakudlala some English soccer. I'm not really good ngebhola, but ngiyazi ukuthi it was one of those overseas teams.
I know that there was some English soccer. I'm not good when it comes to football, but I know that it was those English teams or overseas teams.
Yes, we may proceed.
And then ke sahlala kumnandi sidla, and then after some time ngingakhumbuli kahle whether uLongwe SMS'd me or phoned me, but there was some form of communication between him and I.
Okay. We had fun, and after we ate, and then after some time there was some form of communication between myself and Longwe. I don't know whether he called me or it was via SMS.
Just a minute. Who's Longwe?
uLongwe was my boyfriend at the time.
Ngangithandana naye ke ngaleso sikhathi uLongwe.
What is his surname?
Longwe Twala.
Longwe Twala.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke wangibuza ukuthi ngikuphi, ngase ngiyamtshela ngathi sisekhaya, sihleli, we were just having lunch, no Senzo and everyone else.
He then wanted to know where I was. I told him that we were home. We were just having lunch together with Senzo and everyone else.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then he asked to come, ngathi naye angeke kube inkinga lokho, he can come.
He then wasecela ke ukuthi eze. I then said that won't be a problem, angeza.
Yes.
And then ngase ngiyahamba ngabuza uma ukuthi ukudla kuzoba enough na. And then Umawa said, "Hi, go right, ukudla kukhona kodwa kuzodingeka isopo."
I then went to my mom to go and inquire whether the food would be enough. She then said that the food is okay. The only thing that will be needed is soup.
Yes. Yes, you may proceed.
And then after some time Umawa esecela ukuthi uSenzo uKelly ayomthengela isopo la phezulu.
And then after some time, my mother then requested Kelly to go and buy the soup.
Yes.
Yes.
Wayesethi kuSenzo hayi ngizokuphelezela base bephuma bobabili.
Senzo then said, I'll accompany you, and then the two of them went out together.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ekuthekuse njalo kwangena SMS eqhamuka kuLongwe ethi ungaphandle.
Whilst at that, there was an SMS or an incoming SMS from Longwe saying that he was outside.
Yes.
And then ngase ngene ekamereni ngiyashintsha ngafaka ngathi kufudumele ngoba kwaseqale ngathi kuyabandabanda.
I then went into the bedroom to change just to wear something warm because now the cold was starting. Or it was starting to be cold.
Yes.
Ngase ngiyaphuma ke ngiyangaphandle ngithi ngiyohlangabeza uLongwe we ngathola ukuthi uKelly usayemotweni usawuthatha imali ama coins nakhona because bebengena imali earlier.
Then on my way out to go and meet Longwe, then met Kelly was still on her way to the car to go and fetch money and coins because earlier on they didn't have money.
And then uSenzo went and greeted uLongwe because they were very good friends.
Wasehamba ke uSenzo eyobingelela uLongwe ke ngoba babe abangani.
Just a minute. Yes, and where was Longwe at that stage?
He was in his car.
Wayesemotweni yakhe ke ngaleso sikhathi uLongwe.
Yes, what type of car?
It was a Polo Vivo Ebovo.
Red Polo Vivo.
What color?
Red.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then again nami ngafika ngajoina kulo conversation kaSenzo no Longwe mabesaxoxa nami ngafika ngabingelela isithando sami ngaleso sikhathi.
I also then joined that conversation between Senzo and Longwe, and I also greeted my love or my lover at the time.
Yes.
And then ke ngase ngicela ukuthi uLongwe aphume ke emotweni angene endlini, and then makusenjalo ukheli wabuya emotweni bathathana noSenzo baqhubeka bayothenga esitolo thina sangena endlini.
I then requested Longwe to get out of the car and to go into the inside the house, and from there Kelly came back, and then she and Senzo then proceeded to go to the shop.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke sangena ke noLongwe endlini wafika bingelela uma wabingelela abakhona wangena wahlala phansi yaqhubeka ke conversation nje.
We then went into the house. Longwe greeted my mother. He greeted the ones that were inside. We sat down, and then the conversation that just proceeded.
And who was inside the house at that stage?
Inside the house was Mthokozisi Sithwala and Tumelo Madlala.
Ababephakathi ke ngaleso sikhathi uMthokozisi Sithwala kanye noTumelo Madlala.
If you can once again just demonstrate on this photo 57 where Longo was seated.
And then uLongwe mayingena ufike wahlala la ekhoneni towards the fridge and the heater.
When Longwe came in, he sat there at the corner towards the fridge and the heater.
If we can show you photo 64.
He sat, when upon arrival, he sat here.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke after lapho uKelly noSenzo babuya esitolo uKelly wanikeza uma isopo uma wenza isopo waphakela uLongwe wadla.
After that, Kelly and Senzo came back from the shop. Kelly gave my mother the soup, and then my mother then dished up for Longwe, and he ate.
And when the deceased and Kelly came back, where did they sit?
They stood outside. Baqhubeka, or at some point uMthokozisi no Tumelo baphumile bayobhema while uLongwe esadla.
Okay. Buziwe-ke ukuthi uma bebuya-ke umshushisi ubuzile ukuthi umufi noKelly babekuphi wathi babengaphandle. And at some point, Tumelo and Mthokozisi went outside to go and smoke.
Yes.
And then mina ke mangihleli ngaphakathi endlini ngangibezwa nje beyiniza ngaphandle komnyango.
Benzani?
Beyiniza. Ukuyiniza, it's when bekhuluma but you can't really hear the conversation.
Okay. And at some time I then heard them just close to the door. They were talking, but you are unable to make out as to what it is they are saying.
Yes. Who are you referring to?
I'm referring to uKelly, uSenzo, uTumelo noMthokozisi.
Kelly, Senzo, Tumelo and Mthokozisi.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke kuthe makusenjalo uLongo waqeda ukudla ngathatha iplate ngalubeka ekitchen, and then uKelly wangena watshela uma wathi hayi ke ma uSenzo uthi bacela indlela.
Whilst at that, so Longo then finished eating. I then took the plate and went to place it in the kitchen. And then Kelly then came and said, Mother, Senzo would like to go.
My Lord, will this be an appropriate time to take the long adjournment?
We will adjourn for lunch. Ms. Kumalo, we request that at 2 we be back here.
All right.
Ms. Kumalo, you reminded that you are still under oath.
Ma'am, you may proceed. We stop where you're explaining that you took a plate and placed it in the kitchen, and that Kelly Kumalo came into the house and said to your mother that the deceased Ntoko and Dumelo would like to go. What happened further?
You can pause. Oh, okay. Sisingaqhubeka-ke la siphele sigcine khona-ke ila usho khona ukuthi wasuthatha iplate uhamba uyabeka ekhishini wasangena uKelly echazela-ke uma wakho ukuthi abo Senzo uSenzo uNthoko kanye noTumelo bacela indlela.
Wayesethi kuma ngesintu akuvaleliswa kanjalo umuntu kumele angene endlini kahle ebesecela indlela kahle sendlini umuntu akavalelise semnyango.
My mother then said, traditionally, that is not how a person would then ask to be excused or would then ask to go whilst the person is outside or is standing at the door, that they would have to come in and then ask properly or do it properly whilst inside the house.
Yes, you may proceed.
Base bayangena ke wonke umuntu waphinde futhi wabuyela wahlala la kade ehleli khona, and then umuntu owayeme ngeenyawo kwakuKelly.
They then came in and everyone sat exactly in the same manner in which they were seated before, and then the person that was standing was Kelly.
Yes, may proceed.
And then tema kusenjalo uKelly khona ijoke ayesixoxela yona, although I can't remember in particular, kodwa she was narrating something eme ngeenyawo.
And there was this joke that Kelly was narrating to us. I can't remember particularly what it was, but she was narrating it to us while she was standing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would you like short adjournment?
Kwathi kusenjalo salalela uKelly ekhuluma, and then kwangena obhuti about 2 endlini.
Whilst at that, and we are still listening to Kelly speaking, 2 gentlemen entered the house.
Yes?
Yes, may proceed.
That one there in particular.
That
Please
one
move,
there
sir.
in particular.
Please move.
He's asking you to move. He's saying that one.
So it's starting on the left, it's accused 1, 2, up to 5.
Are you guys even aware what you guys did to our lives?
Ingabe nyakwazi yini bafisa nakwenze empilweni
Are you
zethu?
guys even aware of what you guys did to us as a family on that day?
Miss Kumalo? Miss Kumalo? Miss Kumalo?
The damage that you guys caused.
Ms. Kumalo, you're not supposed to do that.
My Lord, I strongly object to this. In the strongest possible terms, we object to this.
Mr. Baloy, do you want to?
As the witness is still in the process of giving evidence, I don't know what my learned friend is objecting to.
The procedural rules, the witness is testifying to court and addressing court, not the accused persons in the document. That's my objection.
That's fair enough, my lord. Ma'am, you're still in the process of identifying the persons who came into the house. If you can just do that and refrain from further comments.
Uma ungakwenza nje lokhu busakwenza ukubona nje busachaza ke labantu abangena endlini kodwa ungakhulumi ke ungasho okunye.
Yes, you pointed to someone.
Ukhona ukhombile ukhona umkhombile.
Yes.
Yebo.
He was one of the people that came into the house.
Omunye wabantu abangena endlini.
Kodwa yena wayengemuva.
But he was behind, or he was at the back.
And then sisahleli
Just a
kanjalo.
minute, you're still pointing a person. Who is it?
It's him.
It's him.
The second one there.
Lo wesibili lapha.
Yes.
Yes, just tell step by step what happened.
Awusho ke ngokulandelelana ukuthi kwenzekani.
Just a moment.
Would you like perhaps a comfort break?
I'm okay, let me just have water.
Yes. You may proceed as soon as you are able to do so.
And then sisahleli kanjalo lo bephambili wama dreadlocks ebephethe isibhamu.
Okay, while seated, the one that was in front with the dreadlocks was carrying a firearm.
Yes.
And then lo munye eme phakathi naphakathi kwekhishi just before the corridor, the hallway.
Okay, and then the second one was standing just in the middle of the kitchen and just before the hallway.
You say in the kitchen, but just before the hallway.
Just before passage lime kanje bese la eqaleni kodwa lo munye elapha phambili.
It's a passage like this, but it's just at the beginning, my lord, and then the other one was over there. But lo munye was in front. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just going to show you photo 64 of Exhibit B. If you can use that to illustrate your evidence.
Is this a picture? Lo munye wafika wamala.
The other one came and stood here.
Which one is that?
The first one wama dreadlocks wafika wamala.
The first one with the dreadlocks came and stood here. The witness is pointed.
Well, can you just correct this issue of saying here? We don't understand what here is.
Ma'am, if I can ask you, seeing that you know the house well, if you can just, when you point, just explain what that spot is.
Just in the passage, where the passage starts, or where the dining room starts.
Ilana-ke i-passage ila khona-ke i-passage iqala khona noma i-dining room iqala khona.
Yes, we may proceed.
And right before bengena ngoba mina ngangihlezi la.
And right before they entered, because I was seated here.
And then
Yeah, just once again, just try and explain when you say
on
here.
On the couch.
In the dining room.
In the dining room.
And then ngabona umnyango la kune phakathi naphakathi kwe-fridge ubonda lolu i-fridge le, and then kunalesi spaces la.
Ibambe lapho. Here in between, that's the fridge. There's a wall there, and then there is this space.
Njengoba nubona ke umnyango wasekitchen ukobile lapho. So mawuhlezi la dining room uyawubona umnyango uvuleka kodwa yize noma ungeze ukubona ukuthi ubani ongenayo.
Okay. And as you can see there, that's the kitchen door. And when you are seated here in the dining room, you are able to see the door opening, although you are unable to see as to who is coming in.
Just a minute. Yes, you may proceed.
And so then sisahleli kanjalo, so mina mangihlezi la esofeni la kanje dining room angikwazi ukubona ukuthi ubani ongena kodwa umnyango ngiyawubona uvuleka.
Okay.
So ngase ngiyapopola la ukuthi obani abangenayo.
Okay. As I was seated there in the dining room, there on the couch, and there I then could see the door opening, although I couldn't see as to who was coming in. I then looked or peeped through there as to who were those that were coming in.
Yes, may I proceed. Where did you peep?
Wapopola kopi.
Kapopola la. Angithi mina ngihleli la dining room part nendawo ulongo uhlezi la. So ulongo uyena okwangathi uyangi-obstructa kancane kodwa ngiyakwazi ukubona umuntu ephelele mayimela ephasijini.
Okay.
So ngase nje ukuthi ngipopole kancane ukudlula ulongo ukuze ngizobona kahle.
It was right where the witnesses pointed. I was seated on the couch where the witness pointed, and then Longo was seated next to me. So Longo was slightly obstructing me. So I had to look past Longo just to see exactly as to who was standing there.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ngekuthema kusuka lapho lo wayephambili owayena dreadlocks ephethe nesibhamu esikhombe ngakuthina wayesethi khiphani imali nama cellphone.
And then the one that was in front with the dreadlocks carrying a firearm, pointing it at us or towards us, then said, "Take out money and cell phones."
Say which one? Which one said that?
Lo uqala onama dreadlocks.
It was the first one with the dreadlocks.
I missed that the last interpretation. What did he say? Money and cell phone.
Yes, take out money and cell phone.
Take out money and cell phone.
Take out money and cell phone.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam.
So do you remember in which language he spoke?
Uyakhumbula kodwa kusho ngaliphi ulimi lokho?
Wakhuluma ngesiZulu, ngiwumZulu nami isiZulu ngiyasazi futhi ngiyazi umuntu mayingeyena umZulu.
He said it in isiZulu, and I'm also Zulu, and I know when a person is not a Zulu-speaking person or is not umZulu.
Yes, we may proceed.
And then kwathi
If we can show you whilst we're still on this aspect. Photo 4 of Exhibit A.
Before that, you say that that person spoke in isiZulu.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to repeat the exact words?
wathi khiphani imali nama cell phone.
He said, take out money and cell phones.
Yeah, I'm asking you because money and cell phones is not Zulu.
Ngisho lokho ngoba
Wathi
umani means-
imali
He said money, imali,
nama cell phone.
and cell phones, nama cell phones.
If you can use that photo to show where the second person was.
Sebenzisa lesi sithombe ukukhombisa lo wesibili ukuthi wayekuphi nendawo.
Akuhle hle asibonisi kahle hle kodwa waye somewhere ngala.
It doesn't show that well or that clearly, but he was somewhere around here.
My Lord, again, we are at the same problem of somewhere now. The record doesn't know somewhere now. The description is needed for that, my Lord. That's the consensus, my Lord.
Yes.
You see, I told you that there is recording happening there.
Yes.
Now, if somebody who was not here
Yes.
listens and that person just hears you saying here, it doesn't say anything to anybody who was not here, who did not see you pointing.
I understand why.
So maybe you should go deliberate in really naming
The position.
the position.
I understand. So wayime la ephasithini phakathi kobonda lolu eliseceleni kwesitofu nalolu kune fridge futhi mawuthi uyabhekisisa kahle ngapha.
This person was standing here, and between this wall, there's this wall that is next to the stove, and then on this side, when you look clearly on this side, pointing to the right side, there's a fridge.
For record purpose, my Lord, is photo number 4 of Exhibit A, which appears on page 7 of the bundle.
Photo number?
Photo number 4 of Exhibit A, the night photos, my Lord, and it's on page 7.
And you say who stood near the stove and the fridge?
Kuthi kwakubani lo oyimi lapha kule ndawo qeda ikhomba manje? It's this one.
Again, I know you're not you. Ms. Kumalo, the one who is first from that side.
The second one.
Is accused number 1.
Yes.
Number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5.
Oh, that's the
That
part
is
I
how
did
you
not
should refer
understand.
to them.
Yes. So accused number 2.
Mangalelwa wesibili.
Yes.
So we may proceed.
And then kuthema kusenjalo sonke samangele endlini. Nakhona futhi singekho nasho ukuthi iyenzeka ngempela lento eyenzakalayo.
Okay, sibambe lapho. Whilst all of us were still shocked inside the house and also not certain as to whether this thing that was taking place was indeed taking place. Yebo.
Ngase ke ngizwa iclick yesibhamu.
I then heard a click of a firearm.
And then uLongwe wayesesukuma same time ese pusha lo phambili wamadreads.
And then Longwe stood up at the same time and then pushed the one with the dreadlocks.
Yena lo phethe isibhamu wampusha wamhlehlisa wamusa emuva.
Pushed the one that was carrying the firearm and pushed him backwards.
Yes, you may proceed.
Kuthema kusenjalo ke uLongwe wathola ithuba lokuthi aphume ngomnyango wasekitchen, and then uKelly wabaleka wangena ekamereni eli opposite the kitchen.
And then Longwe then got a chance, that's how Longwe got a chance to go out of the kitchen door. And then Kelly ran into a bedroom that is opposite the kitchen.
Yes.
What did Kelly do?
Kelly wabaleka wangena ekamereni eli opposite kitchen. Okuyikamera lami ekhaya.
Kelly ran into a bedroom that is opposite the kitchen, which is my bedroom at home.
We wanted to show you a sketch plan. Not sure if you're able to show where the room is, where in Kelly ran. It's my lord, the sketch on page 20. It's part of exhibit B, my lord.
Wabalekela lapha.
Kelly ran into this bedroom.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then kwase kusuka lapho umsolo number 2 wamlandela.
And then from there, accused number 2 followed her.
Just for record purposes, if you say accused number 2 followed her, you're referring to who?
To Kelly.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then mayesesuka lapho uKelly wafike emnyango, wafika wangena ekamereni wayesevala umnyango. Bese umsolwa number 2 wayezama ukuvula uKelly ezama ukuvala.
From there, and there, Kelly then, when she got into the bedroom, she then closed the door, and then accused number 2 tried to push it open it, sorry, and then she tried, on the one side she was pushing it to close it.
Yes.
You may proceed.
And then kuthema kusenjalo kuleso sidumo leso sasukuma sonke endlini sase sibadudula bonke bobabili saya nabe kitchen.
Okay, whilst that was happening, we all got up and we pushed both of them towards the kitchen.
Can you repeat that?
Whilst that, my lord, we all got up into the house. and then pushed both of them towards the kitchen.
Yes, are you able to remember the order in which you got up?
Noma ngeke ngisayikhumbula kahle i-order. Kodwa sasukuma umngane. Nami ngayibona sengisukumile ngabona wonke umuntu esesukumile sasukuma sonke.
Although I won't be able to remember the order, but we just got up at once. I just saw myself up, and then everyone was up.
Yes.
Can you proceed?
Mase sifika ke kitchen ngiyakhumbula ukuthi sonke sasibalwisa sizama ukubashaya nabo sizama ukubakhiphela phandle, but obviously mawuvula umnyango mawuzongena ekhaya umnyango uvulela ngaphakathi.
Okay. I remember that when we got to the kitchen, we were fighting them and trying to assault them and also trying to get them out. But also, when you gain access into our house, when you open the door opens to the inside.
That's the door of the kitchen.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
If we can just show you photo 64 again. If you say the kitchen door opens to the inside, can you just show which way does it open?
Yabona umnyango mawukanje uvalekile and then mawuvula uvulela ngapha.
If the door as is now on the photo, it is closed, and then when it opens to the side and towards the left.
Towards the left.
To the left.
To the left.
Yes.
To the left
of the kitchen. Yes. Yeah, ubona njengoba uvuleke kanje, this is perfect.
As it's open like this is perfect.
Mawungena nje la uvula la bese uyala emnyango.
When you go in there, when you gain access to the house, you open the house, and then the door goes to that side. It's
now to the right in this picture, but when you're inside, it's to the left.
Okay. On this picture, it's to the right, but on the other one, but when you are inside, sorry, it's to the left.
Okay. Referring to its photo 4 that's been shown now. So you say on photo 4 it opens to the right.
Yes, that's correct. But to the inside.
Photo 4 of exhibit A, my lord. And if we can go back to photo 64. You say on that photo 64, it opens how?
It opens to the left on this picture.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then kwathi makuse njalo kusese isidumo sibalwisa nabo besilwisa. I remember ukuthi uSenzo wayeme ngaphambili kulo wamadress wayiphethe isibhamu.
All right. Whilst at that fighting them and they also fighting us, I remember that Senzo was standing in front of the one with the dreadlocks who was carrying a firearm.
Just a minute. If you say you were fighting them, can you just explain what do you mean?
Uma uthi ke nibalwisa ke ungasho noma ungachaza ke ukuthi usho ukuthini.
Sasama ukubakhipha endlini okokuqala.
Firstly, we were trying to get them out of the house,
But umnyango wawuvalekile, and mawuvula uvuleleka ngaphakathi.
but the door was closed, and when it opens to the inside.
Yeah.
So manje umnyango mawuvalekile kanjalo, laba babili bame kanje babheke thina. They have their backs against the door.
Okay. Now, as it is closed, the two are standing like this, and they are facing us. So their backs are against the door.
Yes.
Yes, if you say the two who are referring to?
I'm referring to Low Pettis Bamu ama dreadlocks. No accused number 2.
I'm referring to the one with the dreadlocks who was carrying a firearm, as well as accused number 2.
Yes. Yes, you may proceed.
And then kwathi makusenjalo, and then ngabona ama crashes kaTumelo ayihleli phansi ephasijini.
And then once that, I then saw Tumelo's crutches. They were on the floor in the passage.
And then ngase ngithathe.
Yes, just a minute. Are you able to show on photo 64 where the crutches were?
Ama crashes ayilele la phansi.
The crutches were lying down here.
uTumelo wangena wawabeka, but eventually akakwazanga ukuhlala ukuma, and then alala la phansi mayesezohlala phansi.
When Tumelo came in, he placed them, but unfortunately they couldn't stand or remain there, and then they fell when he came to sit down.
Yeah, that spot that you're pointing, which part of the house is it?
Lolu udonga oluphakathi naphakathi eqaleni kwepassage oludivide ikhishi ipassage kanye ne-dining room.
Okay, I see what I'm. This is the wall that is now between, that is in the middle. It divides the kitchen, the dining room,
and the passage,
as well as the passage.
Yeah. Yes, you may continue.
And then ngathatha ke crash leyo phansi nami ngithi ngizama ukushaya, and then bengafikeli.
I then took the crutch that was laying there, trying to assault, but I couldn't reach.
Whom were you trying to assault?
Accused number 2.
Accused number 2.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then njengoba ngangafikeli kanjalo, umuntu wayeseceleni kwami kwakuTumelo.
As I couldn't reach, the person that was close to me or next to me was Tumelo.
And then uma wami wayephambili.
My mother was in front.
And then uTumelo wafika walithatha wangihlutha lona icrash lelo. Kwawuyena olisebenzisa because he had a better view than me.
Then Tumelo took the crutch from me and then used it because he had a better view than me.
If you say Tumelo used the crutch, what do you mean?
Wayehlutha kumina, wayeseshaya accused number 2
He
ngalo.
took it from me and assaulted accused number 2 with it.
Yes, you may proceed.
Kuthe makusaliwa kanjalo ngoba on the other hand kwa left ngapha emveni kumnyango uSenzo wayime lapho elwisa lo ama-dreads belwela isibhamu kusho ukuthi babe wrestler kanje ngesibhamu.
Okay. And whilst at that is now at the left, behind the door was Senzo as well as the one with the dreadlocks. They were wrestling like this, as a witness indicated, wrestling for the firearm.
Yes.
We just want to show you photo 15, if you can just use that photo to illustrate your evidence.
Babela.
The two, they were here, the two of them.
Umsola number 2 wayela.
Accused number 2,
Wayela.
Accused number 2 was here.
Loma.
Sorry, just start there. If you say the two of them were
Mangithi the two of them ngisho umsola number 1 lo ama-dreads and then no Senzo.
When I say they were here, I am then referring to number 1, or suspect number 1, together with Senzo, the one with the dreadlocks.
And then who accused number 2 lo wayela.
And then accused number 2 was here.
Yes, just once again, just when you mention where they were, just mention the place.
Oh, closer
you
to
can
the
use
sink.
the door.
It's closer to the sink.
You explained that they had their backs to the kitchen door. Was it still the same
It was
position?
still closed.
Busavaliwe-ke umnyango noma isicabha lesi sasesikhishini.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then kwathi ke masalwa kanjalo ngezwe isibhamu siqhuma sishaya phansi and then ngashaywa inhlansi onyaweni lami laka right.
Whilst at that, my lord, and then I heard the firearm going off, and then it hit the floor or it hit the ground, and then the spark from that then hit me on my right leg.
Just a minute. Where were you at that stage?
Wawukuphi nendawo ngaleso sikhathi leso?
Can you show me another picture?
Can you show me another picture? Witness saying this picture doesn't show clearly.
On photo 4, the night photo.
So mina ngangime la eceleni phakathi naphakathi kwe-passage.
I was standing here in the middle of the passage.
And then uTumelo eme esandleni sami sakwa right.
And then Tumelo was standing on my right side or right hand.
Just nje eduzane kwestove la.
Just close to the stove here.
Did you see where the you mentioned that the shot struck the floor? Did you see where it struck?
Ushilo ukuthi njengoba isibhamu saqhuma ke saqhuma sashaya phansi wabona ukuthi sashaya kuphi nendawo.
Cha, azangibona ukuthi sishaye kuphi kodwa ngeze ukuthi khona sishaye phansi ngoba khona isound eyenzayo khona isound eyenzakala mesishaya phansi mekushaye tiles.
No, I don't know, or I cannot say where exactly, but there was just this sound that happened, or that came as it hit the floor, when it hit the tile.
And did you see what led to the firearm being discharged?
Ingabe wabona yini ukuthi yini eyaholela ekuthini isibhamu siqhume?
Angibonanga into engikhumbula ukuthi uSenzo wayelwa belisana nesibhamu no bhuti lwama-threats.
I didn't see. What I saw was Senzo fighting together with a gentleman that had the dreadlocks, fighting for the firearm.
And at that stage when the firearm went off, was the deceased and the person with the dreadlock still in the positions that you described?
Ngalesikhathi isibhamu sesiqhuma ke ngabe umufi kanye nalo wama dreadlocks babesekule yandawo le ubuyichazile ngaphambilini.
Babeseme lapho, and then later on uKelly wafika wazojoyina naye lapho.
Yes, they were still standing there, and then later on Kelly also came and joined in.
Just a minute. Now, at which stage did Kelly join in?
Kungasiphi ke isikhathi ke ukufika kaKelly ezojoyina naye.
Kwaku before inhlamvu izoqhuma.
It was before the firearm went off.
If you are able to elaborate, what did she do when she joined in?
Mayefika ekitchen wahamba olekelela uSenzo la alisana khona no suspect number 1.
When she came in, she went to Senzo, to where Senzo was, to go and assist Senzo with suspect number 1.
Yes, and your mother at that stage, where was she?
Uma wayela naye kuyena ophambili, just opposite the sink. Kuyena oyiphambili attacker accused number 2.
My mother was here. She was in front, just opposite the sink, attacking accused number 2.
How?
Kanjani?
How was he taking accused number 2?
Ngezandla.
With hands.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then kwathi mangizwa leso sibhamu ke masiqhuma sishaya phansi ngabaleka, and then mangibaleka noTumelo kanti uzwe lento nami ngizwile, ngabona naye ibaleke ngena in one of the bedrooms, mina ngabaleka ngangena e bathroom.
Okay. When I heard the firearm, when it went off, I then ran. It so happened that Tumelo also heard what I heard, and he also ran, and he ran into one of the bedrooms, and I ran into the bathroom.
I just want to show you the sketch plan again, my lord, on page 20 of Exhibit B. Are you able to show the bathroom wherein you ran?
The bathroom there,
nansi bathroom la mina ngabaleka ngangena la sisuka la.
Yeah, okay. Here is the bathroom. I ran into this bathroom and we were coming from?
Sasuka la.
We were coming from, witness pointing to that opening or passage there. We were coming from here.
And tumelonish bedroom ditira.
I can't remember to be precise ukuthi lona liphi camera. Kodwa ngiyazi yena ukuthi wathi mayingena kwelinye camera mina ngangena bathroom.
I can't be precise and say which bedroom exactly, but I know that when he ran into the bathroom, into the bedroom, I ran into the bathroom.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then mase ngifika ke bathroom ngangime ngeenyawo. And then ngase ngiphinde ngiyabheka ngibheke efasteleni ngoba ibathroom inefastela elilodwa eliblurry.
Okay. When I got into the bathroom, I remained there standing. I was standing on my feet, and I then looked to the bathroom window because the bathroom has got one blurry window.
Yes, where is the window? Are you able to show it on sketch plan?
The window is between the toilet and Lila.
It's between the toilet. It's here.
Between the toilet and the bathtub.
Iphakathi ke toilet kanye futhi ke nebhafu lena yogezela.
Futhi mawungena ngomnyango.
Sorry to interject. Mr. Rondo is on our way. We cannot see the sketch plan as it's been pointed out. Sorry.
So, nanti fastela lase bathroom.
And this is the bathroom window.
So noma kuthiwa uza ngapha uzongena kitchen kanje udlula kulona leli fastela lase bathroom.
Even if it is that you are coming from this way, from this direction as the witness is pointing, going towards the kitchen door, you'll have to walk past the bathroom window.
Yes.
And then mangisame kanjalo ngacabanga ukuthi hey njoba sengizwe ekhala isibhamu kanje, what if lo muntu uzofika aphumele ngaphandle ayongidubula from ngaphandle.
And then I thought to myself, now that the firearm has went off, what if this person now goes to the outside and go and shoot me from the outside?
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ngase ngiyaguqa ngamadolo abona ukusquatter kanje. Ngase ngiyasquatter kanje khona bathroom.
I then went down or knelt on my knees. You see, it's like squatting. I then squatted in the bathroom trying to take cover.
Yes.
You may proceed.
And then ngase ngizwa isibhamu futhi siqhuma.
I then heard the firearm going off again.
Yes, from which side was the firearm going off?
Mina ngangise bathroom sasiqhuma kitchen.
I was in the bathroom, it went off in the kitchen.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then sasesiyakhala futhi isibhamu.
The firearm went off again.
For the how many time?
For the third time.
Okwesithathu.
Yeah.
Yes, and at which place?
Kuphi nendawo?
Still coming from a kitchen.
Still from the kitchen.
And then kuthe ukuthi makusho mase sikhala kokugcina asikhalanga ukufana namanye the other times lezi
Okay.
bese ngizwile.
When it went off for the last time, it was not the same as the previous occasions that I have heard when I heard the firearm going off.
When you say it was not like the others, what was the difference?
Okay, nomehluko.
I-sound.
The sound.
I-sound yayenza ayisho ukuthi pha njengalezi bese ngizwile phambilini.
First
Lesogcina kongathi sithi du.
It was not like as in pa as it previously, but this sound was like in a doof sound.
Yes, you may proceed.
Kwathi mase kusenjalo ngezwe ngathi kuyathuleka kancane emva ukuthi ngizwe leso sibhamu sikhala.
Okay. Whilst at that, and then I heard that it was quiet a bit after I heard that gun sound.
Yeah.
Ngase ke ngiyazama ukuthi ngireach for ihandle yomnyango bese ngiyapopola nakhona ngipopola from ekhoneni phansi bathroom.
I then tried to reach for the door handle so as just to peep, and as I was peeping, I was doing that from a corner, and then I was down, sort of. Or I was still in that squatting position, peeping.
Just a minute.
Still kneeling on your knees.
Squatting, yes.
Yes.
Are you able, if you say you were peeping, just explain what do you mean?
Uma uthi ke wopopola.
Ngangivula umnyango kanje mhlambe nganibonisa from
Yes.
here.
Yes.
Ngangivula umnyango ngangisquathi kanje from Lantos and then ngipopola from here.
The witness is indicating she's going down in the witness dock, my lord, and peeping through the corner of this witness dock.
That she went completely out of my sight. Maybe if she goes further, just for me to see. Yes, right there.
So
when the door was opening, to the inside.
My lord, I think the witness can just use that door and peep through the door.
Why are you hiding her from me?
Can I show you this side, Judge? Can I this side, please?
No, I think they won't see. Will you see from there?
You just have to stand.
I think even if you will have to repeat, if you start where you were when you were showing me.
So
If you are in the house, this is the bathroom.
And then mawuvula kunesinki mawupopola kanje uyakwazi ukubona ukuthi kwenzakalani kukharadio ukuyofika edamini.
When you open, there is the sink, the witness pointing directing to the right-hand side, and then when you open the door, you are able to peep or to see from the dining room from the passage to the dining room, my lord.
Thank you. So if you can just show there on the sketch In which direction did you pick?
So mina ngangila njengoba ubona ukuthi ibasin le.
As you can see that this is the basin. I was
So ngangikuleli corner.
I was at this corner.
And then mangipopola from la uyakwazi ukubona ukuthi kwenzakalani la kuze kuyofika i-dining room yonkana. The only thing ungayiboni ikhishi.
Okay. When you peep through, that is now through the door or where the witness has indicated the basin, you are able to see that is now the passage up until to the dining room. The only thing that you are unable to see or where you are not able to see, it's in the kitchen.
Okay. So from the bathroom, the kitchen is positioned in between.
Yes, kuno donga all divide the kitchen and bathroom.
There is a wall that separates the kitchen as well as the bathroom.
All right.
And what would you say, what is the distance between the bathroom door and the dining room?
Ibanga ke phakathi kwesicabha lesi sase bathroom kanye ne dining room.
Ama measurements angengikwazi futhi I don't think ukuthi ngaba as accurate, but mhlambe ngakwazi ukuestimate from ukuthi mangila mhlambe dining room kuloya bhuti lo mhlophe lapha.
Okay, I won't be able, with regards to measurements, I don't think I'll be accurate. But from where I'm seated, it will be up to the gentleman, mere gentleman, yes, behind Mr. Advocate Baloyi.
Exactly where elahleli khona.
Exactly where the gentleman is seated behind Advocate Baloyi.
Singathi uqala ku dining room kuyaphi.
We would say that would be the start of the dining room going that side.
Will somebody measure that for us?
No, stop.
Approximately 5 meters.
Thank you. Right, my lord, this be an appropriate time to stop as we have reached the end of the more court hours or the sitting time.
The accused may rise. This case is postponed overnight for further hearing to the 19th of May 2023 with the accused in custody.
Kuyahlehliswa ke icala kuze kube kusasa nge-19 kuyona le nyanga sikuyona abasolwa ke bazogcina phakathi esitokisini kuze kube kusasa.
I'm told that there is lack of clarity with the order. In the order, I ordered that no beaming of images of the witness is allowed, and I ordered that prohibition against beaming will remain in place until the finalization of the case. But then later I was told that there is no clarity. And all it means is that there shall not be beaming or broadcasting of images of the witness over time when she will be testifying and beyond, in the sense that that prohibition will remain in place until this case is finalized. I don't know if there is still lack of clarity around that.
My Lord, I'm not sure of the source of the confusion. We were crystal clear.
No, there's no confusion, there's lack of clarity.
That clarity was crystal in our minds, my Lord. We were crystal clear.
The inquiry came from members of the media, my Lord.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All rise.